Noswithar from the Stoke Kai Ras. Eddie Nijvetsky, John Neal, Mickey Thomas, Joey Jones. 4 Leviathans of Wrexham's history, all of whom found success against today's opposition to South West London-based Chelsea. Premier League opposition for Wrexham tonight, 8 times winners of the famous trophy itself. They come to town for a 5:45 kickoff. These teams going into battle for the right to take up a place in the final 8 of the FA Cup. What a crackling evening we have in prospect here in North Wales as Phil Parkinson's side get the opportunity to pit their wits against one of the world's #1 clubs. Andy Morrell, Mia Roberts and Mark Howard, lovely to see you all here this evening. What a fantastic night to have in prospect at the racecourse. Mia, walking into the stadium tonight, what was going through your mind?
It's just really special. Honestly, I've been
She
saying,
can't eat.
Andy,
She's
I
nervous.
haven't eaten any of the press food. I'm nervous. I'm excited.
This is true.
It's just brilliant. These are the occasions that for so many years as Wrexham fans, dreamt of, and suddenly these sort of big occasions have just become reality, and they've almost become the norm. But this one, a top 6 team under obviously since the Robin Ryan takeover, that's the thing that we've been missing, and tonight is the night.
Mark, 3 years ago to the day, Wrexham were playing away at Dagenham and Redbridge in the National League, winning 4-0 with a couple of goals from Ollie Palmer. It's incredible tonight to be welcoming the current World Club champions, and for people around the town to feel Wrexham might have a chance of winning this, albeit a very tough test ahead.
Yeah, now obviously there's a huge buzz in the air. I think this just goes to show how far the club has come, and it's just exciting. I think everyone is just really excited. Obviously, there's a lot of media presence here, and I think that to welcome a team that has won the FIFA Club World Cup is just an amazing spectacle. We all know it's the FA Cup and anything can happen, and I think that's the air of excitement as well. It's a real opportunity tonight to really put something down, and I think it's just incredible.
Andy, you've had your moments yourself as a Wrexham player in the FA Cup. We'll come
Not
to
on
those
this scale.
a little bit later in the programme. Potentially not on this scale. But is there an aspect tonight, Andy, where Wrexham have got a bit of a free hit at this? Or have Wrexham moved beyond that level now to actually be thinking, well, it's not really a free hit. This is a game that we can genuinely think a way around winning?
Well, I think it is a bit of a free hit. It's away from the league where the pressure is relentless. You've got to keep winning to stay in that top 6. It's a free hit at a really good team. We can see where we're at with it as a gauge, but it's going to be really, really tough. I have memories. I was talking to Mia before about the Blackburn one that we went to when we were in League 2 and they were in the Championship. We thought, hey, we've got a chance here, and we got a bit schooled in that second half at the time. So yeah, it's just a worry that's in the back of mind, but let's go and enjoy the occasion. The fans will be amazing. It'll be brilliant in here, and just give it a go. And as long as we're proud of our team that have a go, I think that'll be plenty.
Well, let's have a look at that Wrexham team, which has been named by Phil Parkinson for tonight's FA Cup last 16 battle, because Parkinson has made 3 alterations to the team victorious at the Valley last Saturday by 1-0. Zach Viner makes his full debut for Wrexham. What a night to do that. He comes in for Nathan Broadhead. That's likely to mean a move into the number 10 role for Lewis O'Brien. So Viner into central midfield alongside George Dobson, who we know had a small operation this week and a screw put into his wrist after he broke that against Charlton. But Dobson is fit to start. Ryan Longman comes in for Isa Kabore, who is out injured with a hamstring problem. And up top, perhaps surprisingly, Sam Smith is preferred to Kiefer Moore. A look at the Wrexham bench. Well, it is full of striking options. Danny Ward, of course, the sub-keeper. Dan Scarr and Lewis Brunt returning to offer defensive cover. Ryan Barnett offering width from wide. And then 5 strikers potentially available if Parkinson wants to deploy them. Keeler Dunn, Windass, Broadhead, Rodriguez and more. Mia, let's start with you. Any surprises in that selection?
George Dobson, which is a good surprise, because I was really worried in the week when I saw the news, obviously, about the wrist and the fact he'd had to have the surgery, because I just think today this really suits him in the fact he's going to be hard-working. He's going to just be absolutely horrible to play against for some of these Chelsea players who are used to having a bit of space, not used to being absolutely hit. And I think he's perfect for this game, so delighted to see him continue his streak in the starting 11.
Andy, how easy or difficult will it be for him, do you think, to play with that screw in his wrist? Because he might be wearing a cast. We're yet to see that, but that was certainly something that was being speculated about.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have trained with it. over yesterday and maybe Thursday, got used to it. He'll be fine. He'd be just desperate to play in this game, whether it's a big, huge cast on his arm or whatever, or even in a pot on your foot. You just want to play and get me out there. So there'll be no problems with that, I'm sure. He'll have a little training session and he'll be fine.
And Mark, Sam Smith getting the nod over Kiefer Moore. They have flick-flacked a bit in recent weeks in Phil's mind, but were you expecting to see more start for this game?
I just think that Sam, as an option up front, he'll work tirelessly for the team. I think he'll defend from the front, which is obviously going to be important tonight. He's going to be a threat down the line, obviously chasing through balls and the channel balls. I think that's a big thing that Sam will bring to the team. And just his work rate alone, plus he does have that opportunity, he does score goals. So given that opportunity, I think that hopefully Sam takes it tonight. I think that there's a really good option from Phil to chuck Sam out there with a big game on Tuesday in the league.
I think it's energy. The team stinks of energy there with O'Brien in the 10, Rathbone in the 10, Viner will just sit in front, Dobson's got energy, Smith's got energy, Longman will go up and down all day, Thomas will, just the whole thing stinks of loads of energy at that first maybe 68, 70 minutes, and then maybe bring on your broadheads and your Windasses when you need to then play when the pitch is a little bit bigger.
Weirdly, against better opposition, you get more time on the ball as well, and I think that's where Dobbo playing in that role, he'll be able to pick up the ball, get it off his defenders and try and dictate play a little bit. And that then releases O'Brien and Rathbone further forward. And I think that's going to be so pivotal tonight.
Well, Chelsea this evening make 9 changes from the team who thumped Aston Villa 4-1 in midweek. Only Alejandro Garnacho and fullback Harto continue in the starting 11, but such is the strength and depth that Liam Rosenior can select from. His front three have got a transfer value of £124 million. Pedro Neto likely to play right of the front three, a £54 million acquisition. Liam Delap signed from Ipswich Town in the summer for £30 million, and Garnacho recruited from Manchester United, a £40 million player. Amir, this just gives you an immediate data point, doesn't it, of what the Premier League is all about and what Wrexham might potentially have to compete with if they were to be successful and get up next season.
Yeah, it's quite the jump, and obviously seeing in the week in the build-up, people writing Wrexham off immediately as soon as you just look at the sort of cost and the prices of these Chelsea players, even if it is their sort of B team with like you say 9 changes. But doing a bit of reading in the week, and one of the things that I picked out that I absolutely loved, looking back at some of those famous Wrexham FA Cup wins, Brian Flynn saying before that momentous win against Arsenal, on paper they absolutely murder us, but football isn't played on paper.
It is indeed played on grass. And let's have a little look at Chelsea's heritage, because this is a team arriving in North Wales tonight with a tremendous history of winning trophies, particularly in the last 25 years or so. A lot of that time, of course, under the stewardship of Roman Abramovich. Abramovich no longer the chairman at Chelsea, having sold to American businessman Todd Boehly. But that graphic just showing you very clearly there, 6 times the champions of England, 5 times in the Premier League era, twice winners of the Champions League, and 8 FA Cups to their name, 6 of those coming since year 2000. They are, of course, the current reigning Club World Cup champions, having beaten Paris Saint-Germain in the summer 3-0 in New Jersey. So they are a team full of pedigree. I guess, Andy, it shows once again, doesn't it, the craziness of managerial choices at Premier League level. That Enzo Maresca, manager of Chelsea, who guided them to the Club World Cup in the summer and took them to the UEFA Conference League last May, lost his job in January.
This is football, and modern football, unfortunately. I don't get it at times. I can't get it at times. They aren't in, these managers these days, they're not in full control of their destinies, really. They can do so well and then the next day be out of a job. So I think Liam Rosenior today has got given an unbelievable opportunity. I think he's done great coming in. He's taken a lot of the heat himself and taken it away from the players. He's had some really good victories as well. I think he'll be looking at the FA Cup and going, I think that's a little bit of silverware that we could win if we take this seriously. So I'm not surprised with the team that he's put out, and I'm sure that they'll be gunning to get the victory today to get into the last 8.
Well, Andy mentions Chelsea's recent form. Let's have a look at the form of the two sides coming into the tie this evening, because we know Wrexham have been in excellent form in the league of late. 3 consecutive victories have propelled them deep into the playoff picture. Charlton, Portsmouth and Ipswich all beaten. That draw against Bristol City, which could also have been a win, and that victory against Ipswich in the FA Cup as well. So a really good run for Wrexham of late. As for Chelsea, they were beaten at Arsenal in the league last weekend, but put Villa to the sword in midweek. A hat-trick from João Pedro, who is on the bench tonight, and a couple of draws and a win in their previous games. But overall, Liam Rosenior, Mark, has won 5 of his first 8 in the Premier League. He's made a pretty decent start since coming in from Strasbourg.
Yeah, I think he'll be delighted with the start that he's made. Obviously, it's a huge job. Obviously, he's done well in his previous jobs, and it's a big step up, though. Going to the Premier League and the stature of the club, you look at the history and the trophies that they've won, there's a lot of pressure on this job. And with what they've done with managers in recent years and the sackings that they have been made, he knows that he's got to get off to a good start, win the fans over. That'll be a really important thing.
And of course, Mark, these two sides haven't met competitively for 44 years, but you were involved on a couple of the tours to the USA a couple of years back, and it was just a couple of years ago that Wrexham played Chelsea most recently in pre-season. A 2-2 draw that day. We can have a look at those goals now. What were your memories of being in the dressing room and around the squad in preparing to face up to Chelsea in those games?
Yeah, just you knew you're going to be up against it. They're physical, they're fast, and they've got loads of ability. It's going to be a tough ask. Playing against anyone from the top division is going to be a tough ask. But yeah, I remember in the dressing room just quite calm, really. Obviously, a pre-season game, there's not as much riding on it, and I think tonight there'll be a much more competitive edge in that dressing room. There'll be a lot more words said and a bit more focus on the game. But yeah, just an exciting prospect ahead.
Good to see Andy Jack Marriott scoring there. He's been absolutely on fire for Reading, hasn't he, this season? Top of the scoring charts in League One.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's a Reading fan. He went, thank you very much, because he just, every week he seems to be scoring. He's done brilliantly well. If you can keep him fit, we know here that when he's in the team, he's a fantastic finisher in front of goal, and he keeps just scoring goals, doesn't he?
Great to see. He did really well, Jack, when he had his opportunities here. We wish him onward success there at Reading. Well, a man who's likely to be busy tonight, you would think, is Arthur Okonkwo. Chelsea with lots of forward threat in their side. So we'll have a look at him now in comparison to Chelsea goalkeeper Robert Sanchez, because Arthur has been in excellent form of late and gets the chance to show the watching world this evening just how he has developed as a keeper. In the other net tonight, a player who's played a similar amount of games this season. Sanchez was dropped for the midweek game against Aston Villa by Liam Rosenior. Philip Jorgensen getting his opportunity, but the Spaniard is back in this evening. 12 clean sheets to his name, one of the top goalkeepers in the Premier League, and Liam Rosenior making his point in the press this week that he doesn't see that he's got a number one at Stamford Bridge. He's got 2 excellent keepers who he likes to rotate and select horses for courses. Mark, give us a bit of a perspective on Arthur and how his development this season has continued from the matches you've seen, admittedly from afar, but compared to how, when you were here, you were working to develop him as a young keeper.
No, I think Arthur's development this year especially it's been more significant this year. I think he's probably started this season, obviously with Wardy being the number one and then Arthur coming in. And I think Arthur's performance has probably showed that it was a step up in level. And I think it's taken him a while, and I think he's performed brilliant of late, and he's really come on. I think that what we all know about Arthur is physicality. He's going to make some unbelievable saves. His reactions are second to none. And I think the higher that he goes, and hopefully he does go higher with Wrexham, that he's going to be able to show that he's not only got the spring, the athleticism, but the quality of his saves and his decision making now is the thing that's also improving.
What I liked about it is he had a little bit of a blip with the one at Swansea, a bit of a mistake, but just didn't worry about that. He didn't keep it in his head. Just the next game, it's behind him, it's gone, like keepers have to do, and he just moved on, and he's been excellent since then. And fair play to him, because that's not easy to do.
Arthur's got a great mentality. The way that he approaches the day-to-day matches, he's very calm, he's very laid back. He would have been in the dressing room before, listening to music, just in his own space. And he's brilliant at that, and I think that's a real good quality. Sometimes if you get a young goalkeeper, they overthink it, they overanalyse, they do too much almost, where Arthur knows he's a good keeper and he just relies on that when he goes out and plays.
Amir, we saw his save against Charlton just flashing through there. You were there that day. From the commentary box, just give us a perspective, because it's sometimes difficult on TV just to see how good a piece of goalkeeping can be.
No, it was an unbelievable save, and especially at that point in the game where I think that was actually in the 90th minute, and that was the first shot actually on target, so the first thing he actually had to deal with. So it just goes to show, he's always ready for those moments. He's, like Mark says, I think he's an elite shot stopper. I think sometimes he can be questioned with his kicking, but I know what I'd rather my keeper be better at. So, he comes up in these big moments, and that's certainly what he's going to have to do again today.
And just briefly, Mark, when we see Robert Sanchez tonight, when you look at someone who's a top operator at Premier League level, if you're Arthur watching Robert Sanchez tonight, what might be some aspects of what Sanchez does that Arthur says, right, that's another gear I've got to go to in my development to get to that level?
I don't think Arthur ever challenges himself and looks at other people like that. I think Arthur knows his own strengths and weaknesses. It's really bizarre that he'll just be concentrating on his own job and improving himself. I don't think Arthur is one of these keepers that looks at other people and goes, I need to do that to get to that level. I think Arthur knows within what he needs to improve on, and I think you've gradually seen that coming out of him. I think the Sanchez one, playing today, is an interesting one, especially for Phil. I think that Sanchez being dropped midweek will play a big part of him today, and I think that the Arsenal game has really tested him. I think it'll be interesting to see what Wrexham do with set pieces and whether they put it right under the crossbar, put him under pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I think that'll be something they've looked at from that Arsenal game. Let's put people under around him, let's put him under pressure, and let's put the ball in there and see how he deals with it.
Set pieces, certainly an opportunity, you'd think, for Wrexham tonight to hurt the Chelsea back line. But let's find out what else Phil Parkinson is contemplating as he prepares to square up to this opportunity in the FA Cup. We had the chance to catch up with him just a few minutes ago.
Phil, 3 changes from the team against Charlton. It's another opportunity for lads to show you what they've got.
Just picked the team we felt was right to start the game, and 1 or 2 injury concerns. Is obviously a bit of a tight hamstring, so he was never going to play today. Picked the team we feel was right.
Mentioned the week about Dobbo with his wrist. He has made it today. That's a positive.
Yeah, obviously the reason he had to have an operation was because this specialist wanted to allow him to play with a very light cast on there, that he wanted to secure the fracture and just pin it. So he had that on Wednesday, but he was back in training.
First start for Zach. What does he bring to the team?
Yeah, I mean, Zach obviously predominantly has played at the back in his career, but he's also played midfield quite a few times this season. And with the problems we've had in that department, obviously with Matty and Shifo, it's a great opportunity for us to give Zach some time in there as well. But also, he's a secure player, he's strong, he's got a good kind of tactical brain, and I feel he's the right player to play today for those reasons.
Opportunity for you and your team to make history tonight. Will be the first time since 1997 if we get through to those quarterfinals.
Yeah, of course. I think similar to what I said before the Forest game, the chance to make our own bit of history, and we're going to go all out to achieve that tonight. It's going to be tough. They're a very good side, but we've got to crank up the crowd with the intensity. We've got to close them down with speed. We've got to be physical all over the pitch, and we've got to try and upset them. And if at the end of the day we've done that and it's still not good enough, we'll shake their hands and we'll move on to Tuesday. But I believe if we bring our A game to the table, we'll have a good chance.
And just finally, you talked about the home crowd here. How important are they tonight?
Yeah, absolutely key for us. I thought the Portsmouth game, in particular the last half hour, they were brilliant, because that was a game where at that period we weren't having the best of periods in the game, but they kind of sensed that and got right behind the team. And that's what I'm always stressing to our supporters. It's that togetherness. It's what we're all about, and let's make this a cracking atmosphere inside the stadium tonight, and let's test them as much as we can.
All the best, Phil.
Thank you.
Wrexham manager Phil Parkinson giving his thoughts to Steve Bennett before kick-off this evening. Phil making the point there, Mark, that he feels Zach Viner is ready to take on that role in central midfield tonight. Although he's played primarily as a defender in his career, he's played a lot in midfield this season. He's got the athleticism to be able to do a good job in there. Yeah,
definitely. I think that tonight will be about sitting deep with a low block, and I think obviously with George Dobson and Viner protecting the defence, I think it's going to be a key attribute. And obviously he's a big, strong lad. He's played at a high level in the Championship for a long time now, and I think he'll just be ready for this opportunity.
Set pieces as well. He adds to that mix as well, with 3 centre halves going and him. and Smith. There are 5 people that you're going to have to look after at set pieces.
And Andy, a light cast, Phil was saying, George Dobson has worn in training, so you feel if he's got used to it there, he should be comfortable to wear it in a game.
Yeah, we're just talking there. He's so robust, is Dobson, that he won't care. He'll be desperate to play in this game, and so get it on, I'll be fine. If you need to take a couple of anti-inflams, crack on.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will.
Amir, Phil making the point there that Wrexham need to be physical all over the pitch. They need to get tight to the Chelsea players, make it difficult for them, and if that's not good enough at the end, then have at least given it everything. Do you think Chelsea are going to expect Wrexham to be on them from the first whistle here, particularly with the crowd behind them?
Oh, definitely. Listening to Rosinia's pre-match presser and hearing all those sorts of key words in there, absolutely. And obviously, in their previous 2 rounds, they've come up against 2 really strong Championship sides in Hull and Charlton. But I just think this place is so different to them. This stadium, let's be honest, it's not a Championship stadium, isn't it? We've only got 3 sides. It's going to be tight. It's going to be horrible. And I just think they're in for something a little bit different tonight. And it'll be so interesting just to see how they sort of manage that. And especially for some of those young boys. I mean, I look at someone like Achapong. How can Wrexham really get at him and really put him under some pressure early on?
It's got to be no regrets for me, for the team. Go out there and just, when you come off, no regrets of what's happening. They'll all be desperate. All these players want to play in the Premier League. So here's your opportunity up against one of the best teams in there to go and show what you're capable of. So go and smash it.
Well, one of the players who Wrexham will need to defend against tonight is Pedro Neto. He has been in excellent form for Chelsea in the 2 previous rounds, banking a hat-trick in their victory over Hull and also scoring as they demolished Charlton. So Chelsea on the road in this competition in both rounds against Championship opposition with an aggregate of 9-1. They have looked in imperious form, and Neto has been a key man. £54 million purchased from Wolves in August 2024, playing wide on the right-hand side. He's certainly a player who offers a lot of threat, and Andy, nice to have someone like Pedro Neto in your squad, who struggles to get a game quite often in the Premier League, as Rosinia rotates, but tonight clearly keen, getting his opportunity to build on the goals he scored in the previous rounds.
Yeah, and pacey as well. I think that for this type of player at Chelsea, it's a chance to go in and show that you're capable of play me in the league as well. I want to play more regularly than I am doing. I don't want to just be this cup guy that goes in against these lesser teams. I want to be the one that's playing against these Premier League teams.
Do not call Wrexham a lesser team.
Sorry, so called, if you like. Championship, lower level. Okay.
And he's likely to operate down the right, Mia, so that will be Callum Doyle and George Thomason needing to be tight to try and deal with him.
Yeah, absolutely. But it'll be interesting just to see how he actually goes for it, because we've seen a little bit of a mix-up from Rosinia's side at times where those wingers can sort of go a bit inverted, and it just allows for those fullbacks to actually push on, or they end up actually rotating, and he actually sometimes has to cover for the man in behind him for the right back tonight. So it'll be interesting if he is asked to do that. Can we actually really challenge him defensively? Because I think that's something, really Wrexham, we expect tonight they're probably going to have a lot of their joy on those counter-attacks. Can they be effective in those sort of areas?
So 2 victories on the road for Chelsea so far in the FA Cup in rounds 3 and 4. It's been 2 home wins for Wrexham so far. They've been fortunate in being drawn at home in all 3 rounds. And in the previous 2, they had the chance to square up to Premier League opposition in Nottingham Forest and then tackle one of their Championship rivals, Ipswich Town. Let's have a reminder how Wrexham have got to this stage of the FA Cup.
Finds Broadhead, Kakache into a nice position, which creates space on the flank for Doyle, and he rips a vicious ball in. Savona watched that well, clears it in near post. Dobson tackles back brilliantly. Now then, chance for the shot, drilled. Yes! Wrexham take the lead. He's one of our own. Absolutely, yeah. Wrexham win it back. Doyle, that's a good ball. Rathbone now. Oh, that's a crucial tackle, but Wrexham win it back. Broadhead leads it into the edge of the area. Rathbone hits it. Yes! 2-0! And that's all about persistence. Rathbone again. Broadhead did so well, but Wrexham just at it and at it and at it. Wouldn't let the ball go dead. Wouldn't let the attack die. And it's 2-0. What a performance this is. Dobson's free kick launched in, great ball in, and 3-1! Hyam with the diving header, what a free kick, the moment but he hit it. You can see he turned for his defence, and Hyam, like Kakache, scores his first goal for Wrexham. Gives the go-ahead. Windass, yes! Drills it in. Sells went low to his left. Windass drilled it into the roof of the net, and then steps up right-footed. Save! Great save by Okonkwo. Drops to his right. It was hit central height, but he didn't quite put it inside the post. And Okonkwo, great save. Wants to get it over and done with. Drills it. Ooh, he hit that. And he's really giving it loads as Stoke go through. Coffee end. Oh! Says he's going to go left. Thomason left-footed. Drills it. Oh! Sells did go left. And Thomason smashed it in half out the post. Great penalty that. Steps up. Oh, it's a good pen. Gave the keeper the eyes, and Zell's going to move. Driven inside the right post. The crowd making a terrific noise. Those torches behind the goal. Hutchison, save! Wrexham are through! Wrexham knocked Nottingham Forest out of the cup. Arthur Okonkwo, the hero, diving to his left. Hutchison didn't find the corner, and Arthur Okonkwo with those lovely big hands of his. You gotta love that man. Press up fast to try and reduce the space, and that's something to chase, and Palmer has to be alert. He's not got much distance on his header, and an effort, and good save, but he's filled it. Oh, how did we not score then? What a huge chance that was. Rathbone's won it back. Thomason bursting around the back, sweeps it in a bit too much on that. It'll be kept in by Longman though. He's got three players in the box. Smithson marks. Longman cuts in, shoots, dead, and Smith scores. Oh, Wrexham deserved that. That was good reward for Wrexham's intensity, and Longman ripping that ball into a great area. And in fact, Windass it was who got the final touch. Shoving his man around, has gone in towards, then it's flicked on beautifully. Oh, what a save by Okonkwo. It's still in there. Ricochets around and is cleared. That's a marvellous save. It's still in there. Hit Dobson's arm there, I thought. Ref doesn't give it. I caught his man too, but the ref hasn't given either of them. I think we were a touch lucky there. And how Okonkwo kept that out, I'm not quite sure, but he did. Cleworth down the line, and that's it. Wrexham are through to the 5th round of the FA Cup, a 1-0 win.
Wrexham finding their way through to the 5th round of the FA Cup with two excellent home wins over Nottingham Forest and Ipswich Town. Two very different ways to win matches, but Wrexham have made it into the 5th round of the FA Cup for the first time since 1997. Liverpool and Arsenal already through. Wrexham with an opportunity tonight to test themselves against Chelsea. This match a 5:45 kickoff UK time. Well, we touched earlier on Chelsea's change of manager this season. Enzo Maresca led them into the start of the campaign, having taken them to glory in the Club World Cup, but he didn't manage to make it into 2026. Liam Rosenior taking over from Maresca at Stamford Bridge. Statistically, not a bad record for Maresca this season. 5th in the league, Chelsea, at the time he departed, but seemingly a disagreement at board level brought the end of the road for Pep Guardiola's former assistant. Liam Rosenior then coming in, joining from Strasbourg. The club also owned by Todd Bowley, who is the chairman of Chelsea. Rosenior with quite a successful playing career in England, particularly with Fulham and Brighton. Was maybe a slightly surprising appointment, but he has made good progress so far with the club, winning 5 of his first 8 games. Let's have a little look at Rosenior in a little bit more profile now, because his dad Leroy was a successful professional in the English game as well, and Liam spent a number of years in a number of clubs, over 400 matches as a player before stepping in initially as caretaker at Derby, before getting a permanent job at Hull, guiding them to 7th, and then progressing his career in France. Mark, I know that one of your former Wrexham teammates played under Rosenior when he was a coach at one of his former clubs. Tell us more.
Yeah, I remember having the conversation in the dressing room one day with George Evans. I think we was more talking about Wayne Mooney and about what he was like as a manager. And I think at that time Rosenior was there as a coach, and he was saying how good he was on the training pitch, how thought out the sessions were, and the detail that he went into when explaining what he wanted to get across, and obviously how he wanted his teams to play. And George spoke very highly of him back then.
One of the things, Mia, that's become a bit of a Chelsea thing, certainly last week, is this huddle over the centre circle. Did you see this at Aston Villa, where they all form a huddle over the ball at kick-off, actually preventing Villa from kicking off at the start of the second half? Seems a strange bit of gamesmanship. What was your read on that?
Yeah, it was strange. I saw Rosenior say that it was nothing to do with him, it was the players' decision to do it. So, you know, I think Phil Parkinson mentioned that he was quite eager to find out, just to basically know what it was all about. But yeah, a bit of a weird one. But it's those, you know, little marginal things, the so small things, just to try and get a bit of a gain of your opposition and get ahead of them. And obviously we know how dangerous it is when you've just scored, and to try and just slow down that immediate and then attack from the opposition. It's so important. But you know, I really like Rosenior since he's come in. I think he's been really impressive. I think he said a few things that maybe the press have taken a little bit out of context, but I think he's been really actually quite smart there, because a lot of the talk's been about him, not about those players on the pitch. And you know, I see that as quite, you know, smart play in terms of using the media. I also think it's interesting, he's come in a really busy period of the season, hasn't had much touch time with those players on the training pitch, so I think it's definitely a long-term project that he'll have at Chelsea now.
And just on that point about psychology, Andy, I saw in his press conference this week, Rosenior was asked about João Pedro moving from being a 10 to more of a 9 now, and what have you done, Liam, to make him such a prolific striker? And he said, nothing down to me, it's entirely on the player. And to Mia's point, he seems to be quite selfless in that way.
Yeah, and he'll be around these players because he's going to have a bit of imposter syndrome going into a changing room full of these multi-millionaire players, and I'm sure he's got into them, and he's just trying to go speak to them and get around them, find out a bit about them, what makes them tick family-wise, all those types of things off the pitch that then will attract him and make him into it. Like, they'll not like him, but will buy into what he's trying to do, and then his training ground stuff and all that bits that he's done with Strasbourg Derby, that takes over, and then they're all into the session, they're all in it together, and off you go.
Well, tonight, of course, we have the opportunity on our panel to reflect on some of their own FA Cup experiences as we build up to kick-off. Delighted to have Mark Howard back with us today. Fresh from victory, of course, it must be said. Well done, Mark, on the 2-0 win over Barnet for Salford City at lunchtime today, and in getting here for kick-off. That was very well done. When you look back at your own time in the FA Cup, and we can have a reminder of that on screen now, what stands out for you in terms of personal memories of your own?
No, I've loved the FA Cup throughout my whole career. It's just one of those tournaments that you're desperate to play in. Whether you're the number one at a club and you want to go in and play. I remember at Sheffield United, I think it was the same round, 5th round. We played Southampton at home, and we knew that if we won that day, we'd be getting to the quarters to either play our rivals Sheffield Wednesday or Charlton. Charlton ultimately did a job over Sheffield Wednesday, and we were a little bit gutted going into the quarters, thinking that we could have had this massive tie against our local rivals. But yeah, we came away from that. We beat Southampton, beat Charlton, and then ended up playing the Chelsea manager at Wembley, so in his whole team. So yeah, it was a great experience.
And we've had a chance to remind ourselves of some of your saves in the FA Cup for Wrexham as well, Mark. What would be your one standout memory for Wrexham in the FA Cup in your time here?
Coventry, hands down, yeah. The atmosphere that day, it felt more like a home game. I've never been to an away ground and feel like your fans owned that stadium. It was just incredible.
Yeah, I think that really goes high, doesn't it, in the memory bank for Wrexham fans over the last 4 seasons, that day at Coventry.
I think that was just part of the journey. I think that everyone really bought into like the mentality of like who we were as a team and what we were trying to achieve. And I think it showed that we had signed players from a lot higher calibre and that we could compete as well.
Andy, yourself here at Wrexham had some famous FA Cup days as well. We can have a reminder on screen now of your own FA Cup journeys. If you look at your Wrexham experiences in the Cup, which ones stand out for you?
Are your flips in black and white?
I was
We've got a bit of cine film here.
Obviously the Brighton one here was an insane day for me as a manager and a player. Both it went quite well. We just couldn't quite get over the line. The one that stands out for me is the Brentford one, though. As a manager,
Yeah.
the team that you put together and you putting it out against a team that were going well, and Jamie Tolley scored an absolute banger that day. It was brilliant. But him in the changing rooms, coming out into the tunnel, banging on the door. These don't want it. They don't want to play us and all this. He's the softest guy out there. And he was, what are you doing? But this was trying to just add that little bit of intimidation for them. And it absolutely worked for us. We defended like Trojans, put our bodies on the line, and that one bit of quality we ended up having, and it was a sensational goal.
Win today for Wrexham. It could be Brentford in the quarter-finals. Who's know? Wouldn't that be nice? And Mia, a standout memory for you following Wrexham in the FA Cup?
Yeah, obviously not on the pitch, but I'd go for really any. There's been so many, hasn't there? But in the stands, Shrewsbury away a few years ago for me it was just an unbelievable day. You know, again playing a team from the league above you and proving people wrong. And you know, just I remember I say I wasn't on the pitch. I almost was when that Tom O'Connor strike went in. Let me tell you. But some of the celebrations, just seeing what it meant to obviously the people in the stands, but also the players on the pitch, and it's just that cup magic that again you can feel it in the ground tonight. It's just there, and it's there for all to see.
Well, a key player today for Wrexham undoubtedly will be Dom Hyam. He has become a rock at the centre of the Wrexham defence, and he's likely to have his hands full this evening. Dom has been on media duties this week, looking ahead to the tie.
Yeah, it's going to be a good occasion, hopefully a good match, and yeah, all looking forward to the game.
As a player, do you prepare for this game differently to a game, say, in the Championship?
Not so much, you know, like every team they've got strengths and weaknesses. You know, obviously they've got a lot of strengths, you know, being in a division above, but yeah, like any sort of traditional match day, we'll come together and talk about game plans and how we can beat them.
And you want to test yourself against the best?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, every player wants to play against the best players in the best league, so yeah, hopefully we can put a good account of ourselves.
And you have taken a Premier League scalp in the competition already this season. For you scoring a goal as well was extra special. Yeah,
really special day for me and for the club. You know, it's the magic of the FA Cup. Hopefully we can have another good evening here. You know, with the backing of the home fans, you know, anything's possible. So under no illusions that it's going to be a really tough game, but yeah, really looking forward to it.
Obviously, on the priority is making the playoffs. So is this a nice distraction from the non-stop action in the Championship?
I think so, yeah. You know, hopefully it'll give the squad an opportunity to rotate maybe a little bit. I'm not suggesting that it will be or won't be, but traditionally it's a good opportunity for managers to do that. But yeah, it could be deemed as a distraction, but you know what an amazing distraction it is. You know, you want to play against the best teams and the best players, and you know it's what you work hard for, playing against Premier League teams in the FA Cup. So yeah, hopefully we can be there one day and be a Premier League team playing someone in the FA Cup too.
How far forward do you look? Because obviously after Saturday, Hull, Tuesday, then the derby, the Welsh derby on Friday against Swansea, what a week it could be? Yeah, you're right. But the boring answer is I don't look too far ahead. You know, it's a different competition. We've got the FA Cup Saturday, so yeah, that's my immediate focus, and it is for everyone else. You know, we know we're in a good position in the league, but every one game at a time and one step at a time. So yeah, to sound as cliche and boring as it seems, that's just the way we look at it, and that's what's worked so far. And João Pedro's got a hat-trick against Villa. Would you relish playing against him? Yeah, I've played against him before a few times. He was at Watford about 4 or 5 years ago, and he's always been a class player. He was always going to play in the level above, I was sure of that. So yeah, obviously depending on selection, if I'm playing, if he's playing, you know, hopefully it'll be another good battle. And finally from me, Dom, you've had a great season here. I think you've started 23 games in succession. With the World Cup in mind, with Scotland, is that on the horizon? Do you think about that at all? Whether it's on the horizon or not, we'll find out. I mean, I've got to do what I can control, and that's my performances with Wrexham. You know, I'll give myself the best opportunity to do that. Hopefully, stay in the team and hopefully, you know, be fit and healthy. At the end of the day, that's all I can do, and then hopefully I can get a call.
Dom Hyam looking ahead to today's game against Chelsea, which is just 11 minutes or so away. The Wrexham fans are in good voice. The Chelsea fans are in good numbers. We should have an absolutely excellent FA Cup tie here. Can Wrexham spring a surprise in round 5? Andy, Dom Hyam has been really rock solid for Wrexham so far this season. What do you think he'll be saying to Max Cleworth and to Callum Doyle, players with a lot of ability but a lot less experience than him in games like this, going into tonight's match?
Well, firstly, I think he's my player of the season so far up
Really?
to now. Yeah, I just think he's been, since he's got dropped into the middle of that back three, our defence has been so much better and we've looked so much more solid, and he's coaching two very good players alongside him, but like you said, with a little bit less experience. He'll be saying, let's just do exactly what we've been doing for the past 20 games as a three, which is defend doggedly, don't be too many gaps between us, stay nice and narrow, we'll get help from our two in front, and just let's enjoy this occasion and let's pit our wits against the best.
One of the questions, Mark, that Dom was asked this week in the press conference that we saw there were his own Scotland aspirations for the World Cup this summer. How does a player plan for the last couple of months of a season, knowing that that incredible prize might be at the end of it, but being desperate, of course, not to get injured?
I think that it's the old cliche. It's one game at a time. The league form's the most important thing now for Dom, and I think that having that base and the consistency in his game will mean he goes on to be more successful throughout his whole career. I think that's the most important thing.
And when you look at that defence, Mia, it's very much become the chosen three for Phil, hasn't it? Cleworth, Hyam, Doyle. Do you think he might have been tempted tonight to have given Lewis Brunt an opportunity, or Dan Scarr, to rest one of the two of them for Tuesday night against Hull?
Maybe, but I think it would be tough on Lewis Brunt, to be honest. I know he'll obviously be desperate to play, but it's quite the game to suddenly get back thrown into, isn't it, against Chelsea up again. I mean, we've spoken about that front line of Chelsea. It's ridiculous, really. But you know, that back three at the moment, they look so solid, along with Arthur behind him as well. And I think Callum Doyle, for me, he's been so good. He had a moment earlier on in the season, didn't he, where he looks a little bit unsteady, but since then he's absolutely looks so solid. And like, I agree with Andy, I think Dom Hyam's certainly underrated in terms of that player of the season. But as we draw closer now to the end of the season, I think he's been so good since he's come in. Obviously getting the armband as well is another huge asset as well.
So this Tuesday it's Hull here at the Stoke Kairas, and then we're back here on Friday for the Welsh derby against Swansea. 3 matches in the space of 6 days, and for Swansea there are a couple of guest commentators who've been booked.
Wrexham is an incredible team. I'm not sure I can actually process what happened. I'm still a little speechless.
I think we can hear how it feels to the town.
Anything can happen in this sport.
Ryan Reynolds and Rob Mack then heading to the commentary box on Friday for the Swansea game. That means that we'll take a break from Matchday Live just for one home game. No Matchday Live on Friday for Swansea. We thought you'd probably want to watch Rob and Ryan. We will, though, of course, be here on Tuesday for Hull and for every other home game this season. Getting close to kick-off now in this FA Cup 5th round tie. Today, though, has seen a lot of Championship football being played for all the Championship clubs who are not on FA Cup duty. So let's have a look at how those results have gone and what it means for the Championship table, because Wrexham will be looking with interest at what's happened elsewhere today. That's a 1-1 draw between Blackburn and Portsmouth. That helps neither of them, really. A late equaliser for Rovers in injury time for a share of the spoils at Ewood Park amongst two sides trying to stay up. Hull beaten at home by Millwall. Hull here on Tuesday night. Millwall going really well, but that's a blow to Hull's hopes. Coventry continue their march to promotion, it seems. 2-0 winners at Bristol City. Charlton beaten Birmingham by 1-0 to turn around what's been a difficult period for Nathan Jones's side. Derby beating beleaguered and relegated Sheffield Wednesday 2-1. Ipswich held surprisingly perhaps at home by Leicester. Same score at Sheffield United against West Brom, and Swansea beating Stoke by 2-0. Let's have a look at how that leaves the EFL Championship table then, as we go into the next round of matches on Tuesday night. Well, Wrexham, I think, will be pretty pleased, Mark, with those results today. We start with the bottom of the table. Oxford are back into the relegation places, with West Brom and Leicester both picking up points. Blackburn and Portsmouth getting slightly further away from danger with that draw. And at the top of the table, Coventry City continue what seems to be a march to the Premier League under Frank Lampard. 74 points, 9 clear now of Millwall in third. But Wrexham, Mark, with that game in hand on Tuesday night against Hull, will be pretty pleased, I think, today to see Hull beaten and Ipswich only drawing.
So, you see the noise? It's unbelievable.
You can't hear a word I'm
saying. I cannot hear a word he's saying. It's absolutely
all right,
brilliant.
I'll answer my own question. It really is very noisy here at the Stoke Kairos. I was just asking you, Mark, about today's results in the Championship and the fact that a lot of those have gone Wrexham's way in terms of the top teams.
Yeah, definitely, and you're always going to be chasing the team one place ahead of you, 2 places ahead of you. I think with Ipswich dropping points today is great news. I think the one that obviously at the moment, Millwall with a form team, and I think chasing them is going to be really important, but have they timed their run too soon? Have they picked up their form, their wins too early? And I think with the experience that dressing room does have, is they know when to time it. They've got all the experienced players in there, and they've got the handful of players that are still there from the 3 promotions. So I think that's all going to be invaluable in these last 11 games of the season.
Wrexham have it all to play for in the league and tonight in the FA Cup. Mark will be back with me at half-time, where we're going to be joined by former Wrexham and Chelsea goalkeeper Eddie Nijvetsky. So please rejoin us at half-time. You can probably hear the atmosphere in the Stoke Kairos is really bubbling now. The players are due out any moment, so we'll let you enjoy the pictures as the players come out and the fans all pay tribute to Joey Jones. It would have been his 71st birthday this week. Sadly lost last July, and Joey's memory still endures here at the Stoke Kairos. But against Chelsea tonight, a team who he helped secure second division promotion with towards the end of his career, what a perfect moment to pay tribute to Joey Jones, Mr. Wrexham, as the Mould Road stand hold up their placards. I hope you'll enjoy the pictures you are about to see. A cracking night in prospect then. Can Wrexham upset the odds? Wrexham against Chelsea, FA Cup round 5, opportunity knocks. We will be back here at half-time to pick over the bones of the first half. We look forward to your company then. Bye for now.
Foxtrot Whiskey Kilo, that's SJ17 SWK. Please return to your vehicle immediately. Thank you.
camera.
For more, an option on the bench for Wrexham tonight. Half-time here at the Stoke Kairas. We know there might have been one or two technical hitches. It is Wrexham 1, Chelsea 1. Chris Malaban, Mark Howard and former Wrexham and Chelsea goalkeeper Eddie Nijvitsky with you at half-time. And in the company of two goalkeepers, one still playing, of course, Eddie at Salford City, but you had your time at Wrexham and at Chelsea. You came here in the late 70s and straight away part of a promotion-winning team, that famous team of 77-78 under Arvon Griffiths. What springs to mind when you look back on being part of that team as a teenager?
Yeah, well, actually I came here as a 14-year-old schoolboy first and was signed by John Neal. And I was fortunate that I was around many, many fantastic people and professionals. You know, like you've mentioned, Arvon Griffiths, Mel Sutton, Mickey Evans, Eddie May, Gareth Davis. There are so many, you know, we had so many threats, but so much quality here. You know, and then of course we brought Guy Davis in, who was great for me. And Dick St McNeil on the same day, who obviously is the president of the club now, and I've been catching up with him upstairs, and it's just been, like Mark said earlier, it's a fantastic club. Keep the momentum now. You know, the club is on a ride. It's like that snowball going down the mountain, getting bigger and bigger, and I can see exciting times ahead. But it's important they keep doing the same things, like the fundamentals of the game. You know, I'm looking, and when they actually lose the ball, I'm seeing people recovering and sprinting, and that's a great trait to have. You know, and then so they're doing so well, and like Mark said, they're condensing the play. Something that Chelsea might do, they might drag Pedro Neto a little bit wider to get a little bit more joy down the outside, because Ajipong is normally a centre back. He's going to be a very good player, by the way. On the other side of it, Wrexham just have to keep the ball when they get the opportunity, slow the game down, and then look into Sam Smith and get the runners off, and they've been very, very good at that.
I was saying this to Chris off air, that Neto the first 10 minutes was actually playing wide and seemed to get bored.
Yep.
And then go inside, go really deep.
Yep.
Callum Doyle put a full press on him. He just wasn't getting any joy.
No, the time that those players look really dangerous is when they're turned and facing up at your defenders. That's when you've got a real problem. I must admit, I've seen Wrexham a few times. I'm very, very impressed with Callum Doyle, and he has that ability to come out from the back with the ball and link things up. But very impressed.
Yeah, he's certainly stepping in a lot tonight, isn't he, and showing what he can do. Now, Mark, you and Eddie go back a long way, don't you? Tell us a little bit about when you first came across Eddie and what it was like in that era.
So, yeah, my first year as a YTS player, Eddie was my reserve team manager. So I remember making my debut, travelling with some of Eddie's squads to sit on the bench as a reserve team goalkeeper.
At Arsenal?
At Arsenal, yeah. So we had a plethora of really good goalkeepers. Graham Stack, Craig Holloway, a goalkeeper,
Holloway.
The goalie coach for Barnet today against us at Salford. So yeah, we had some really good competition, and I was a young one coming through, and Eddie was amazing with me, really showed me what it meant every day on the training pitch. And honestly, his training sessions, you were at it every day. He's an incredible coach and a lovely man. I still speak to his son regularly now, Matt, and yeah, just a lovely family. I owe a lot to Eddie as well.
Well, thank you for them very kind words, Mark. I mean, it just shows you his longevity in the game.
Yeah.
Still playing at 39, he's a credit to himself, credit to his family. And, you know, what a club Arsenal was, wasn't it? You know, it's an amazing football club, and it taught us great habits.
Oh, it did, yeah.
As this club did to me when I was younger, and as I did when I went to Chelsea. And, you know, you got to be at it every day. You've got to go to work every day. You've got to want to get better, and if you do that, you give yourself every chance.
Talk to us, Eddie, a bit about Mark as a young goalkeeper. What do you remember of him coming through at Arsenal in that era, and as a young man?
Well, I think one of the things that we always look to do at the Arsenal was when they walk in the door, when they walk out the door finally, and hopefully that's a long time, that they're actually better people, or we've taught them the right habits about life. And that was one of the traits that we did use. He always had a presence, he had ability, and he's taken that ability into league football, and it's a credit, as I said to you, the longevity he's had. And he's also got to know about this football club.
He certainly has, that is for sure the case. Eddie, if we look at your transition from Wrexham to Chelsea, because you had 6 years here, the first 4 largely as understudy to Di Davis, then 2 as first team goalkeeper, where you hardly missed a match and had some great FA Cup moments, played in the FA Cup quarter-final, of course, against Arsenal. You mentioned that John Neal signed you here when you were 14. He then signed you for Chelsea. And down there was a little Wrexham contingent. Tell us who else was there.
Well, we also, obviously, Joey was there. And Joey had phoned me to tell me that the boss, John Neal, was interested in signing me. It was an easy decision to make, you know, and, you know, things weren't as they should have been here, probably. You know, the investment wasn't coming in. The club had a bid, and they accepted it for me. And because Joey and John Neal were there, then obviously I couldn't wait to get there. And then we went on a roll, and then in the January, we also signed Mickey Thomas. So now I've got 2 of my best mates, and I'm playing with them, and it was like just an amazing story. So.
And what was it like off the field? I mean, the 3 of you, all from North Wales, suddenly finding yourself in a posh part of London. Tell us a bit about the lifestyle.
No.
Don't tell us too much, but 1 or 2 inside. But it must have been a huge change, though, Eddie, for you. I mean, coming from Bangor yourself, and suddenly you're in the capital.
Yeah, you know. London is a big wide world, it opens your mind, and in those days, of course, Chelsea was a lot different. I signed along with 6 other players, and we went on the first game we played Derby County, we had 17,000 people, and we won 5-0, and I had nothing to do. At the end of the season, we were getting sellouts, couldn't get a ticket, and as you found when you're here, you know, you just go and you keep going on momentum, and I keep going on about momentum. It's massive in football, and it's also understanding momentum in football matches. You know, during the match. Understand when you need to drop off a little bit, and understand when you can put your foot on the gas.
The game hasn't really changed. Game management is the most important thing, and it always has been, and it still always will be. Knowing when to control, whether to drop deep, whether to press high, when to sit in and just say, tonight, let Chelsea have the ball. They're going to have more possession of the ball. It's just knowing those key moments.
Well, Chelsea are out for the second half here at the Stoke Kairas. Wrexham are awaited 1-1 at half-time. Anybody's game. The opportunity, of course, that awaits both of these clubs is a place in the quarter-finals of the FA Cup to join Liverpool, and Arsenal, who are both already there. Eddie, just before we let you go and go back to the comfy seats upstairs, what's your prediction of how the second half's going to play out and potentially the final score?
I think to be perfectly honest, I think it's all about the team who's prepared to take the risk. It's going to be a very tight. It's important that Wrexham start strongly second half, and then anything can happen.
Mark?
I think Wrexham will be very much the same, and we know what Wrexham, this team's like, especially kicking towards his stand. We wait for a last-minute goal. We love it. We thrive off it. The fans love it. Phil's teams always, you know that there's an opportunity. No matter what second and last minute of the game, it don't matter. There will be a chance.
Wouldn't that be the perfect finish? Out for the second half then. We'll be back here on Matchday Live at full time with all the analysis and reaction. Wrexham 1, Chelsea 1. It's perfectly poised as Wrexham prepare to kick towards their own fans. We'll see you in about 50 minutes time.
moves in crackle.
Oh yeah.
I got excited then. Have a go, lad. Have a go.
Try down there where you first come in. Hopefully they do it in extra time. Hopefully we win.
Faint o ddod heno stwc o'r osgeg, ni'n pum cant ar pum. Efo Cymru, Hyam ac un wedi teithio yma o Chelsea. The official attendance at the Stoke class, 10,556. Our grateful thanks to 1,311 away fans. We hope you have a safe journey home.
I didn't know if you went in, so I went to you.
Is an incredible team. I'm not sure I can actually process what happened. I'm still a little speechless.
I think we can hear how it feels to the town.
Anything can happen in this sport.
Leaving the field number 4, Matt Stewart. Number 7, Davis Keener.
Full time at the Stoke Kairas. Wrexham 2, Chelsea 4. Wrexham heroic, at times brilliant, and gave the current Club World Cup champions one heck of a scare. But in the end, Liam Rose Senior's side prevailed to take their place in the quarter-finals of the FA Cup. But what a night we have had here in North Wales. This match, of course, was 1-1 at half-time. Sam Smith opening the scoring for Wrexham, and then an unfortunate Arthur Okonkwo own goal levelling matters. The second half also was even for long periods. Wrexham then going into the lead in the 79th minute. Callum Doyle skillfully turning home Josh Windas's powerful drive to send Wrexham into raptures and hope around the Stoke Kairas that this could be another famous racecourse FA Cup night. That hope only lasted for 3 minutes. Josh Achiampong equalising for Chelsea, and that set up a grandstand finish. We were into injury time when George Dobson's challenge on Alejandro Garcedo was unfortunately the end of his night. Garnacho taken down, and as Dobson turned to the referee to receive a yellow, it looked like we'd be heading into extra time. But there was a final twist, and that was referee Peter Banks picking out the red card from his pocket, and Dobson's night was done. Wrexham survived for the rest of injury time at the end of the 90, but it was always going to be stiff to survive through 30 minutes of extra time. And it was that man Garnacho who was in the thick of things again, volleying home in a lot of space. Wrexham very stretched in the 96th minute, giving Chelsea a 3-2 lead. Wrexham, though, still weren't done, and it looked like they had levelled the tie through the head of Lewis Brunt deep into the second period of extra time, only once more for VAR to intervene. Brunt's goal ruled out for offside. Kiefer Moore's goal-bound header nodded home by Brunt on as a late substitute, but unfortunately the flag on VAR suggesting that Brunt was marginally off, and that was the end of Wrexham's hopes. There was still time for Lewis O'Brien to rifle a drive inches wide right at the death. João Pedro, on as a substitute, completed the scoring to give the final scoreline a look which the match didn't really suggest. Wrexham ultimately undone then, and VAR for the very first time used in a Wrexham fixture, very much the talking point on the two major moments. Mia Roberts, Andy Morrell and Mark Howard have watched that breathless encounter. Mia, it's the first time in Wrexham's history that they've played a match with VAR, and on both the key moments, VAR has not been Wrexham's friend.
No, it hasn't, but I mean, I'm absolutely gutted because, you know, it felt like with that extra man, maybe something, you know, remarkable could happen. But overwhelmingly, I'm just so proud of that team. I'm so proud of that team, the work they put in, you know, with 11 men. I thought they absolutely matched Chelsea, if not were better for the majority of that game. I thought they made the better chances, played some really good football at times, showed absolutely no fear. I thought they were just totally fearless tonight, and that continued when they went down to 10 as well. And, you know, even in the dying embers, just thought Lewis Brunt had been the, I was going to say match winner, but match drawer, if you like, to send us to penalties, which I think would have been just in the way that Wrexham finished that game. But, you know, VAR, yet again, sort of ruins the day, if you like. I know Chelsea fans will disagree with me there, but sort of spoils the party a little bit. And yeah, so close, but yet so far.
Andy, so many talking points. We'll get through them all, of course. Let's start with the Lewis Brunt header, which, as Mia says, almost saved the day. It looked super marginal on VAR, but did you think Kiefer Moore's header was going in anyway if Brunt hadn't touched it?
No, I don't. From a different angle, from behind the goal, it just looks like it's going to drop, either hit the post and come out or just miss. So he had to do it, he had to put it in. It's a toe, pretty much. It's a foot just offside. It's marginal. It is offside if that's the laws of the game now, if you like, but it's just gutting because it's a horrible feeling, because really at speed, it would be given as, like in my day, it would have been a goal, because it's just so tight, you've got to give it as a goal.
Mark, the George Dobson sending off. How did you see the incident and the ultimate sanction that he received?
Yeah, in real time, I was with the referee. I think it was a yellow card at best. But then when you slow things down now, and in retrospect, you look at him lunging in, it is a little bit high, but I still don't think it's quite a red. I think it's probably a yellow with a tinge of orange to it. But I think that it's an unlucky one for Dobbo, because the intent is there to try and win the ball. But yeah, it's just a little bit late, and he looked a little bit flat-footed as well as he's gone past him. So I think that Chelsea have made a meal out of it as well. I think the way that they've made the referee go look at it and all the players surround, I think that just goes to show how far Wrexham have come. Know that VAR is now going to start intervening games, and I think that it's a compliment really that Wrexham have come this far now.
I don't think he's gone to hurt him.
No.
I don't think he's gone to injure him. He's gone to take him down because they're on the attack and they're going to break off. And yes, it's a yellow. It looks dangerous when you do slow it down, like Mark says, but his foot's up. But there's no intent to hurt him at all. He goes in with intensity. Was that what the ref said?
High with intensity.
High with intensity.
It wasn't that high, was it?
No. And he ended up going through him. Garnacho jumps up and walks off when he... it's frustrating, really frustrating, because I think a yellow and the game's better for it. I just think it killed that first half of extra time off the back of a man going down.
Tells you a story as well that no physio came on.
Yeah.
That's happened a few times out there as well, hasn't it? Cucurella.
Yeah. And lots of tumbles for Garnacho, for a man who didn't need the physio. Anyway, the red card was issued, and Mia, as Andy mentions, first half of extra time, Wrexham on the defensive. It looked perhaps inevitable that the goal was going to come. When it did come, lots of space for Garnacho to take. People weren't sure initially he'd score because the volley bounced straight back out of the frame at the back of the goal, but clearly it had gone in. Second half of extra time, clearly Phil Parkinson threw the dice. Ryan Barnett came on, Davis Keeler-Dunn came on, Lewis Brunt came on for Callum Doyle, and Wrexham with a better side. There was some Chelsea fans chatting to Mark and I as we walked out, saying it looked like you had 12 and we had 10 in the second period of extra.
Yeah, not even then. I think in the last few minutes of normal time, I think we had a decent counter-attacking chance at the end of the first half of extra time. I think we did as well, and you did feel it in this stadium that if Chelsea were just one ahead, you sort of fancied us with the likes of Broadhead, Windass on the pitch, obviously Davis Keeler-Dunn as well, and Ryan Barnett as well. I thought he was brilliant when he came on, having to do a few different jobs. Started off right side of midfield and obviously tucked in for Cleworth at right back. But, again, I go back to it. I think this Wrexham side can just be so proud of themselves, and you've just got to hope now, going back to league action, that, that they sort of get over the fact they've lost that game, but look at the positives, and there are so many positives from that, and, just got to hope that they're not absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, I just hope it hasn't taken too much out of them. 10 men extra time to a team that just play football and just will keep it and you're chasing. They had to be really selective in the times that they did go and press with a little bit of intensity. And I thought they did that second part of that second half. I thought they were magnificent.
Especially without a defensive-minded midfielder on the pitch.
Yeah.
I know Lewis O'Brien's still on there, but obviously Zach Viner's gone off, and suddenly you've got that trio of Kiefer Moore, Broadhead and Windass, something we associate with goals, don't we? And, to suddenly see that sort of gap that George Dobson did then leave, I think a few people in here were sort of thinking, this could be a long...
Open.
Yeah, exactly that. But it absolutely wasn't. They were resilient. They worked so hard, and that's absolute testament to all those players.
And even after the Lewis Brunt goal was ruled out, Mark, you and I were stood together, and when Lewis O'Brien got on that ball and wrapped his foot around it, I think we both thought that was, again, match squared.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were just waiting for the net to bustle. You could see the way that he actually stepped into it, composed himself. You just thought there's nothing but net here. But yeah, it just drifted wide of the post. I think everyone in the stadium was pretty shocked, including the Chelsea players. We said that the whole match has been made of moments. Obviously, there's been moments of red card, the offside. We've had chances as well. Yeah. And I think the pleasing thing, as we spoke about before, is we've scored a goal from a second phase set piece. Lewis Brunt's obviously offside goal is a set piece. I think we lacked quality in the 90 minutes with set pieces. We didn't really test them. I think it took to the extra time and later on in the game to actually figure out, let's just put it under the bar and pick up the second pieces.
Let's take a look at the statistics then over the 120 minutes as Wrexham went toe-to-toe with one of the heavyweights of the Premier League and gave them more than a scare here at the Stoke Kairos. Look at that, 19 attempts for Wrexham, 21 for Chelsea. That'll tell you the type of game that we saw. Wrexham with 9 corners, over double that Chelsea managed to collect. 5 offsides to 1 for Wrexham, but that red card, Mia, the key stat really, I think, on that page, possession very much in Chelsea's favour. Well, we always knew tonight that Chelsea would be dominating possession and Wrexham would be content to work with the possession that they've got and try and close down space. But it's always going to be if-onlys, isn't it? But if George Dobson picks up a yellow there and we start extra time 11v11, you wonder what might have been.
Yeah, and up against a team whose discipline has been shocking this season as well. So if you were going to predict a red card for either side, it would have been for Chelsea. And you can see why they've had so many cards as well, just from the way that they do get round that referee. I mean, I'm surprised a few more yellows didn't actually get given for that today. But yeah, it is just one of those if buts and maybes, and that's the massively frustrating part. But also, obviously, Wrexham deserved to probably take that game. Well, to definitely take that game to penalties with the Brunt chance. We'll keep talking about it, I'm sure, and nothing's going to change the fact that it was just a few millimetres to make him offside. So we can't change those things. But yeah, heartbreaking. But at the same time, we've just got to take the positives away from it.
That possession stat is obviously stacked for that second period of extra time. For extra time, because we're down to 10, they're able to keep it. But they really, in normal time, I didn't think they did a great deal with their possession. They didn't really hurt us. Arthur's not made many amazing saves to keep us in it. I just thought we had them at arm's length sort of thing. And but their moments, they're quick, they happen. Garnaccio's goal's a brilliant run, brilliant ball off the back of the little set by Neto. And those things, they just change games in their favour.
The bigger picture, though, Mark, I think shows the world that Wrexham can compete at this level with a Premiership side going full bore at them, and the fact that they have played so well for so long, asked so many questions, and with a bit of luck going their way may well have won that game potentially, just shows the progress of the club and what might be possible here forward.
Yeah, 100%. I think obviously most people, when you speak about Wrexham, speak about the media first and the attraction of the celebrity owners, but I think tonight has really shown people that they're here to compete, they're here to do things on the football pitch. And I think obviously that's been a building process of Phil Parkinson's, is to make sure people focus on how good they are at football. And I think tonight really goes to show that they can compete against some of the best in the world.
And some of the football that we've played in today and for the past, since Christmas really, it's really developed and enhanced. It's real quality to watch. It's really entertaining. We're creating chances. We're getting our wing backs high up. We're playing with 2 10s in the pocket. We've got Sam Smith and more going forward. I think there's so much to be positive about moving forward and for the rest of this season, as long as it's not taking too much out of us. Yeah. I'm looking forward to this last 10-11 games.
It's the way that they mix up the game as well. Obviously when keeper's on the pitch you can go a bit more direct, but when Sam's on the pitch you can go in behind more. Yeah. And you can gain yards by getting everyone up, playing forward, running forward, and I think that's the difference. I think you've got a lot of energy in midfield, but then when Matty James and Dobbo are fit, you've got ball passers and they all carry the ball and get other people into play.
Looking at a man of the match, probably a difficult task today, Mia, but who stood out for you in particular for Wrexham?
Well, first of all, I would caveat what I'm about to say by saying, just how impressive every single one of those Wrexham players who were on that pitch were today. But for me, Callum Doyle was, I just thought he was exceptional in everything he sort of did.
I think unanimous from the head nodding on the panel. And certainly
I think Lewis O'Brien pushed him very, very close. I thought he was absolutely everywhere, and he was the one setting it off, and with the intensity of going and getting the ball back and stuff, and then it had to change when we went a man down. But carry on with that. Doyle.
I just think it's
lyrical about him.
Quite easy.
He got a goal, an assist, and a block on the line.
Exactly,
so.
And he's a left centre half. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I just think to come into a game like this, we know how confident he is on the ball, how he loves to step forward, make those risky passes. To come into a game, you know the world's watching. You're up against Chelsea, like Mark says, some of the best players in the world. To still have the confidence within yourself to be, trying off, and even. I thought early on in the game he actually got a few wrong and made a couple of early mistakes, but he didn't change that mentality. He kept trying them, and obviously they came off. And I thought he was another level tonight.
Well, off that, I'd rather have him than their 3 centre halves. After watching that game, I'd go because he's more proactive, he's positive, he's got an absolute wand of a left. He goes in and as a threat at set pieces, and he blocks things for his life in the other end. It's absolute class.
It's a brilliant goal, by the way, as well. I'm not sure if you've seen it back, but it's just a little flick.
Really clever.
It's really clever, yeah.
No, absolutely. So this was, just for clarity then, this was the second goal. So Windass driving the shot in from the edge of the box, and then Doyle very quickly spotting the opportunity, almost Cruyff-esque, to flick it like that.
That's right.
Yeah, very undefender-like, I think. He just he looks like a player you could probably just put anywhere on the pitch. You know, at times you're thinking, well, could he actually do a job at left wing back? Some of the crosses he gets in, but he finds himself in those positions, and I think that's why he works so well from that position, in the sense of we've got someone like George Thomason who can always sit in for him when he does go forward, and we've just got that adaptability, like Mark was touching on, where we can play in different ways now, and he's someone who really, you know, gets us going with how he plays.
Interesting decisions, Andy, ahead for Phil for Tuesday now against Hull, because those players that have gone 120 tonight have got to then potentially do it again in 3 days. Clearly, James Sheaf won't be available. Dobson potentially, if the suspension starts straight away, might be out as well. So central midfield will need some shoring up, and there'll be other players tonight who've got a lot of miles in their legs. So this is going to be the real test for the squad now, isn't it? Tuesday and then Friday.
Absolutely, and I think they'll just enjoy the positivity that performance has given to the group, and how that will take them on forwards first and foremost. Give them a day off, get them back in Monday, and just, are you all right? How
reassess,
are you going?
reassess.
How are you going? How are you all right? Do you reckon you're all right? And just go from there. And if people are, they'll all be feeling great. Disappointed obviously at the result, and the fourth one's a bit of one of those at the back end of the game. But I think they'll all be going, this is a quality effort that we've given ourselves on in front of the eyes of the world. Let's go and let's move this on, and I want to play in the rest of the games.
This is why you have a strength in depth, though. This is why you have a big squad.
Yep.
So you're equipped for these sort of conditions. And along our caveat, say as well, a big shout out to the medical team and the physio department, because of how well that they will get around the players now, making sure that they are recovering, doing things right. They'll be in the ice baths now. Everything will be done right. They'll be eating right. And it'll just be a reassess on Monday and see what's available.
Andy's perspective there, Mark, that players will be able to sit back and reflect on what a good performance it was. That won't be immediate, though, will it? I mean, I imagine
there's a bitter taste.
Yeah,
it's frustration.
I mean, at the moment, if we could put a camera into that dressing room, presumably you'd be seeing players sitting still, looking at the floor, thinking, "What if?" I
don't think they'll be looking at the floor. I think there'll be conversations in there saying, "We actually had them there. We actually put them right to the sword." A team that's fifth in the Premier League, we've actually created better opportunities than them. We've countered everything that they've thrown at us. We should actually be quite proud of ourselves. Yeah, there'll be a hint of frustration. Dobbo will be the one in there, first one to hold his hand up and apologise. But it's one of them. It's an honest challenge. It's for the best intention of the team. He's just tried to win the ball.
And what would Phil be saying to them?
Exactly that. He would be saying exactly the same thing. That he was proud of them. That they'd given everything. They'd listened to the instructions, and that they just really stuck to the task. I was really impressed in the way that they condensed the pitch. They forced Chelsea into the wide areas. They made it a 30-yard pitch. So from front to back, the centre half to Sam Smith in the first half and even the second half, they really frustrated Chelsea. You see Pedro Neto started on the right wing, drifted inside, who got bored because of how well Wrexham were defending.
Can I just say on that point though, Mark, I watched some of the game Chelsea-Villa on Wednesday night, and Villa tried exactly the same thing, tried to condense it, and Chelsea at times were just picking them off. So that's not a case of, that Wrexham have actually deployed that sort of tactic really well tonight, because other teams have tried to do that against this Chelsea side and just been absolutely taken apart. So that just goes to show, Phil Parkinson and his group of staff have done a brilliant job, and so unlucky not to come away with anything.
Full time, if you're just joining us here on Matchday Live. It finished Wrexham 2, Chelsea 4, but that only begins to tell the story of a helter-skelter 120 minutes. An incredible evening here for all the 10,556 who were lucky enough to get a ticket. Wrexham really giving it everything, and on another day, with a tad more luck, could well be looking at another famous victory in this competition. But as it was, one or two marginal VAR decisions have been the difference between these sides. Chelsea finishing things off neatly to give the scoreline a look that the play didn't really represent, but Wrexham with a terrific performance, and one which will hearten their fans for the rest of the championship run-in. Let's have a little reminder of what else is happening in the FA Cup this weekend. This is the third match of the 8 in round 5. Liverpool were victorious against Wolverhampton Wanderers last night. They look ominous at the moment, out of the race for the Premier League, but Arne Slot's side looking strong in the FA Cup. They're through. Arsenal had a bit of a scare at Mansfield earlier today before running out 2-1 winners. Newcastle United and Manchester City currently 1-1 1-0, that game in progress at the moment. 3 games then on Sunday. Fulham against Championship side Southampton. Port Vale, the lowest ranked club left in the competition, facing up to Sunderland. Leeds United against Norwich City, who've been improving, getting away from relegation trouble in the Championship under Philippe Clement. And then on Monday night, West Ham United against Brentford. So that's what remains ahead in the FA Cup. Just a reminder that there's a huge max for the Wrexham women tomorrow down at Aberystwyth. They are facing up to Cardiff City once more in the Bute Energy Welsh Cup semi-finals. Third consecutive weekend that these two are locking horns. Wrexham having had the better of it, winning the Gennaro Adran Trophy on penalties and then winning at Cardiff in the league last weekend, putting them in pole position for the run-in. And you can see on screen the upcoming fixtures for Jenny Sugarman's side. Cardiff tomorrow, as I mentioned, then a home game against the New Saints back in league action the following Sunday. Then it's a short trip to Oswestry to tackle the New Saints again the week after. A midweek schlep down to Swansea City on March the 25th, and then Cardiff at home on March the 29th, and then it will be Swansea to complete things at the start of April. Mia, Cardiff and Wrexham getting rather used to playing each other at the moment, but Wrexham, you'd think, with the psychological advantage going into tomorrow's semi at Aberystwyth.
Yeah, they seem to have got their number at the moment, and you've just got to hope that continues, because they're certainly in the ascendancy, and looking like a real opportunity to go and get that treble now, which a few weeks ago was not looking out of sight, but looking like a very difficult task. So a really exciting time for Jenny Sugarman's team, and they're absolutely flying, and you've just got to hope they can continue that. I think that home game against Cardiff, which is going to be played here, could be some real occasion, and they're having quite the season. And again, it's just a great time to be associated with Wrexham AFC.
That match available on TV tomorrow at 4:30, or of course there's the opportunity to travel down to Aberystwyth to watch the action then. I can see Sam Smith's available to come and join us on Match Day Live. Thank you, Sam, very much for joining us. We've got a wall here now. We've got a 4-player wall to try and lift a free kick over. But Sam, thanks very much for coming to join us. What's the mood like in the dressing room right now?
I think everyone's a bit disappointed, but the manager's just told us we've got to take the positives out of that and take it into Tuesday and the rest of the season. And everyone's disappointed, but like I said, we move on to Tuesday.
I'm sure the disappointment is very raw still, Sam, but as a group, do you look at each other in there and reflect that the performance really couldn't have been much better on the night?
No, I think the word being thrown around was proud, and how hard everyone worked, and we stuck to the game plan. And I think as soon as we went down to 10 men, it was difficult after that. I think if we had 11 players on the pitch, we might have come out a bit better. But yeah, everyone's proud, everyone's tired, and we rest up and go again Tuesday.
Sam, I just want to say, first of all, I think all of you were exceptional tonight and just worked your absolute socks off. But can I ask you, have you played with VAR before, and what is it like for a player? Because for us up there in the commentary box, we've never commentated with it before, but it was just ridiculous, because you don't actually know what they're looking at, and what is it like for you guys actually on the field?
Yeah, well, Steve just said in there, he said hopefully that's the last time we have VAR until next season. So I don't know. I've watched a lot of football with VAR and always wondered what it'd be like. Yeah. And I celebrated, and then I've got Lewis O'Brien saying, "Nah, you're offside." So you celebrate twice if you're on the right side of it. So yeah, it was another little fist pump.
Well, let's talk about your goal. All right, great ball over the top. When you took it out of the sky, great touch. Could you believe that Sanchez wasn't coming for it and he'd backpedal in? Because I thought if he came, he could have probably wiped you out.
I'm not sure on I don't know what you think about the goalkeeping, but
I actually think that you composed yourself really well after bringing it down. I think you actually got your head up. I think Sanchez was slightly off centre.
Yeah.
And that's what made you slot it near post.
Yeah. We knew he'd always be high, and one of the game plans was to get me down the side. And I think Callum Doyle's got one of the best left foots in the league. And as soon as I seen him look up, I thought I could get in here. And the touch, sometimes them touches go in the wrong direction, but I think it's set up nice. And yeah, the keeper was backtracking, and I thought if I hit it early, he couldn't react. And it was a great start, and yeah, it was a special feeling.
As a backline, was it a different challenge for you, Sam, playing against Premier League defenders than you're used to experiencing in the Championship, or nothing particularly different?
No, I think it was very similar. Every player has different attributes, and you've just got to try and work hard, and when you come off the pitch, know that you've caused them problems. And I never like to let a centre-half think he's had an easy day, so I like to throw my body in, run in behind, and try and link when I can. So it was a good back three, a physical back three, and yeah, I think it's similar to the Championship, really.
And Sam, when I played long time ago, right, Mark, before you say it, if I scored on a Wednesday or a Saturday, I'd be playing the next week. And at the moment, you're in and out with Kiefer, you're playing one, starting one, then coming on as a sub. How do you mentally prepare for that? Because I would want to play every game, I'm sure you're the same.
Yeah, I think everyone wants to play every game, but ultimately I trust what the manager decides, and he knows with me, if whenever I'm called upon, I'll be ready, and nothing changes in the preparation. So I think as a player, that's all you can do. And yeah, Keith is top player, so I like to learn off him and try and steal bits from his game and add it into mine. So yeah, whatever the manager decides, I have full faith in that.
What a lot of people won't know about Sam is the way that he recovers. He's one of the most professional players that I've actually played with. The way that he conducts himself off the pitch is probably as good as the way you do conduct yourself on it.
Even more so, why I'd want to play all the time.
Exactly. but that's a testament to him, because he does everything right away from football. He's the first one to go to the sauna, isn't you?
Yeah.
First one.
Now Jimmy's gone, yeah.
Yeah, now Jimmy's gone. But yeah, no, Sam's a great professional, so he's always given himself the best opportunity to be ready for the next game when called upon.
Yeah, I think as a player, I think if you're not doing that, you regret it in the future. Yeah. So yeah, try and squeeze everything out of you.
Well, we hope to see you on Tuesday, Sam. We're sure we will see you on Tuesday, whether that's off the bench or starting. But well done on your goal, well done on a terrific performance, both personally and as a team tonight. You did the city proud, and you certainly did yourselves proud. So thanks for joining us on Match Day Live, and we'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah, see you Tuesday.
Well done, mate.
Wrexham centre forward Sam Smith, scorer tonight for Phil Parkinson's side. Sam opening the scoring in the 18th minute with an excellent finish past Robert Sanchez. That gave Wrexham the early lead, pegged back with the unfortunate Arthur Okonkwo own goal. Into the lead again early in the second half, thanks to Callum Doyle, before Chelsea came roaring back and 2 VAR decisions went the wrong way from a Wrexham point of view. Andy, at the start of the season, Sam Smith was really having to wait for scraps of minutes, wasn't he? Kiefer Moore was the selection every week in the number 9 shirt for Phil Parkinson, but as the second phase of the season has opened up, it's become very much a rotation, hasn't it, between Smith and Moore, and Smith has shown that he can cope and score at this level.
Well, that was the question in pre-season, was can he cope? Do we need another striker to help Moore out? We certainly needed him to take some minutes off him, but we just weren't giving it. Moore was playing so well at the time, and then the injury happens to him, and Sam Smith thrusted into to start games, and that scoring really early on when he was starting games really helped. Confidence was up, and he was just running, and he changed the dynamic of this team really in that time when we were able to then go to 2-10s and play a different kind of shape. And then Kiefer's come in, and he's sort of had to adapt his game to be more like Sam's when they do play up front, and now they are dovetailing, if you like, together as a pair brilliantly, resting each other when needed, and they can start them and pick and choose which games they do start in.
And Mark, you make the point there about Sam's discipline off the field, his work rate. For a young player coming into the game, clearly he made his way at Reading, was a great success at Reading, but as he's going up the leagues, clearly he is an example of someone who's continuing to invest in his own effort and his own development, a bit like George Dobson has done this season with the work rate he's clearly put in to cope at Championship level, to be able to say, if this team steps up, I can follow it.
Yeah, no, 100%. Sam will milk everything he's got in his body to give him the best opportunity every week. I think at the start of the season, yeah, he did struggle for minutes, but that was probably down to Phil picking a team that was a bit more experienced for the level, and then trying to get everybody else involved. And I think you've seen that in recent weeks with other players coming back. When Rathbone came back, I think Sam got a lot more minutes, and I think that the combination play, I think the gaffer's always been keen on partnerships as well, and the way that people link up with each other. And I think that the way that the team is coming together and everyone's now gelled and bonded, I think it's testament to what they are doing.
Mia, the injury situation has been generally fairly kind to Wrexham through the season. The squad has withstood the injuries that have come its way, but this will now be the biggest test, won't it, in the central midfield area from here forward. We saw Zach Viner for the first time tonight. What was your perspective on how he went?
Yeah, I thought he did really well. I think, again, he could prove to be really, really necessary over these next few weeks. Obviously, he went off, I think, was it around 70th?
75, I think.
75. Just got to hope that he's fit and ready to go again on Tuesday, really, because, I thought he did a real good job and looked like that partnership of him and Dobson was working really well. I thought he was, sort of did that role of a Matty James and Ben Sheaf, where he could just get his foot on the ball, just take a moment and just make that pass, whether it was to go forward, but didn't always have to be, just to go back as well and just take that pressure off Wrexham at times when they needed it. So I think he can be really pleased with his first start in a Wrexham shirt, and I do think he could be quite the sign at this time of the season.
He gives a different option as well with his physical presence. I think he's very combative. He gets around the pitch well, but he broke up a lot of play and stifled Chelsea a bit. And I think then, given that gave Dobbo a lot more space, especially in the first half, to drop deeper but get on the ball and dictate play. So I think that was obviously a key feature for tonight.
And Andy, what did you make of Chelsea overall in terms of their performance, their way of playing, beyond the gamesmanships that you've picked out on? What did you think about the way they played?
I thought they were okay in possession. I just thought it was very, very slow. Everything was slow. There wasn't very much pace about their play. When they
underwhelming, wasn't it?
Yeah, when they do pass it and go bump, bump, a couple of first times, they carved us open a couple of times and got in. I thought Neto looked really, really sharp.
He was very lively,
cutting
wasn't he?
in, yeah. Everything about Garnacho, when he was on the ball, I thought he was very good and skillful. But really, yeah, just a bit flattered to deceive, really, a little bit. That was because we were quite good as well, but they've ended up winning 4-2, do you know what I mean, and not playing their big hitters as much as they needed to.
And now off to Paris.
I think that is credit to the Wrexham team, though, because they forced them on the outside. They forced them into areas of the pitch that Chelsea don't normally get to go in. So then it was like asking more questions of the Chelsea, especially their attack. I think that Wrexham did really well by getting so many people behind the ball, but also slowing their play down and forcing them into wide areas. Neto, like I said, he looked bored in the first 15 minutes and started to wander and go inside and drop deeper, and then Doyle then went and engaged him. I think it's just a real credit to the way that the Wrexham have conducted themselves.
And we're going to speak to Phil very shortly, we believe. But Andy, do you think also he will take pride tonight from the fact that he's been able to set up a team tactically to compete with Chelsea for such a long period?
Well, huge pride going toe-to-toe with the world champions, if you like, and not being disgraced by any stretch of the imagination, giving as good as we've got, had some really good chances, and bar a couple of ours, it could have been a completely different story.
Wrexham 2, Chelsea 4 then here at the Stoke Kairas this evening. A super effort from the home side, who really rattled Liam Rossinia's club world champions. It wasn't to be in the end, but another feather in the cap for Phil Parkinson's side, showing the world that they can play and making a clear statement that they are going to be right in the mixer for a playoff place in the Championship in the remaining weeks this season. That road, of course, continues this Tuesday night. We'll be back here for Hull City, 7:45 kickoff. We're on air with Matchday Live, as ever, 50 minutes before the kickoff. So that'll be an 18:55 start on Tuesday evening. Come and join us then. And then on Friday, of course, next week, it's the Welsh derby. Wrexham against Swansea City, again here at the racecourse. 3 home games in 6 days. Rob and Ryan assisting with pre-match entertainment and commentary on the night. So no Matchday Live for Swansea, but Rob and Ryan will be here and no doubt putting their talents to good use in the media for the first time, doing a live commentary. I'm looking forward to hearing that for sure. It's a big week ahead, of course. I guess, Mark, the hope is that the momentum of the feel-good factor drives you into Hull and overcomes the tiredness.
I also think that they'll look at the results in the league tonight and say that they haven't lost any ground. They're still chasing that little pack above them. And as I mentioned before the game, that it seems like Millwall are the ones that they've got to chase. I know, obviously, that we're looking at the top 2, but as long as you can attach yourself to the one above you, just constantly chase that one team above you, you're always going to be in a better position. I think that that's the most important thing. There'll be a frustration tonight, but also they'll look at the league and go, oh, we haven't lost any ground. This is brilliant.
And looking at the bottom of the table, Mia, we could potentially have 3 relegated sides of Sheffield Wednesday, West Bromwich Albion and Leicester City.
Wow.
Wednesday, we know, of course, have obviously gone down
Yep.
and a sad situation there. But 2 huge clubs who in recent years have played a lot of Premier League football currently sitting right on the precipice.
Well, it has to be the 3 biggest clubs to go. Obviously, there's been big clubs to go down before, but not at the same time
in a batch.
as exactly that. And I mean, I saw that Oxford result last night and immediately thought, wow, that really, sets it up for quite the race, and it's looking great at, for those playoff spots. And you just have to look down the table, and it's quite the race down there as well. It's certainly entertaining, and obviously the fact that the championship's changing to an extra 2 playoffs as well next season, it's all just sort of heating up. But yeah, it's ridiculous at the moment, that league. We've been saying it all season, and yeah, we've just got to obviously focus on ourselves and try and make sure we're in those spots.
And of course, the club down the road from you, Mark, Preston North End, they seem to have the same season in the Championship every year. It must be really quite dispiriting if you're a P&E supporter. Always a really bright start and then a big fade away, beaten by Oxford, as Mia says last night. Why is it that certain clubs seem to get into a playing pattern that works out like that?
I think it's finances, if I'm honest. I think
squad
that
depth,
the squad depth, and they lose their best players in January, a lot of these clubs. And I think that, like, Preston's model at the moment seems to be have a promotion charge 1 in 6 years. Apart from that, be a stabilised Championship club, and it's not a bad model. There's a lot of clubs in a lot worse position, and like you were saying, you look at Leicester and West Brom this year, you'd much rather be a Preston. So, yeah, it's one of them. I think that Preston, they don't outspend their needs. They literally know their lane and they stay in it and try and do the best that they can with that.
And Andy, the news that Mia mentioned this week that broke of moving from 4 to 6 clubs in the Championship playoffs next season, I think Phil was keen not to comment too much on it this week when he was asked by the media and digest it a little bit. What's your perspective on it?
Well, personally, I don't think a team that comes 8th should have a chance of getting out of the league. I just think that's too far away from that top 2 or 3, in the play. I get that the playoffs it's a good way of doing it. It adds excitement at the end of the season. But this way, unless you're right in there at 3rd and 4th, I don't think it's any better for you. If you're the 8th team, it just gives you a better chance of getting out.
Sounds very MLS, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, National League did it, didn't they? And went
down to 7th.
But you play away from home, don't you? Or if you're down in the 7th, you play away from home in the next.
Phil, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let Mark stay and then ask you the difficult questions. But first of all, you must be immensely proud of your team's performance tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everything we set out to do in terms of the performance we achieved, apart from the result, and we pressed them well. We were tactically switched on to what was required, and we played with great composure in possession as well, and caused them problems. And I honestly felt in the second period we were going to win the game. I really did. And we got the goal, and obviously frustrating for us. We've conceded one slight slip on the edge of the box, and then obviously the sending off.
So I'm going to have to ask you about that. What's your perspective on George Dobson's red card?
Well, listen, my view on it is that I was told that to change the decision it's got to be clear and obvious mistake. The ref's in a great position. He's gone in, reasonably forcefully, but he's almost pulled his foot away and scraped his shin. And I just said to the ref in there, is the rule, it's got to be clear and obvious? He said, yes. And I said, you're in a great position to see it initially. I just don't see how you've changed that decision from a yellow. In the EFL, that is it's a yellow and that's it. But now we've lost Dubbo for 3 games. I thought he could have easily kept that as a yellow.
I thought so. I thought his natural reaction to give him the yellow was the right decision in real time.
Absolutely.
When you slow anything down, you can have a look at it again and again and again, and you can change your mind. I think in real time his decision was correct.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, and I just said that to him in there. Your feel of the challenge in real time is the most important one, because there's so many things you can scrutinise on a screen. There was a bit more, but it's the feel and the intent of the moment, and I thought he got it right with the yellow, and I was surprised when he got called over. We all were on the bench, and I think the whole ground was. But listen, it's gone against us tonight. The offside goal is obviously marginal. Well,
Lewis Brunson,
less than marginal.
The total, wasn't it?
But listen, even with 10 men, and let's be honest, Mark, as you know, playing 11 v 10, in extra time is hard after so much energy has been used. But even that second period, we've had chances, the goal which wasn't given, and Lewis's left foot shot to go and take in the game, the penalty. So, you know, we've handled the company we're up against tonight well, and we're going to take a lot of positives in that. But of course, like anyone would be in my position, frustrated that we haven't got through or at least taken it to penalties.
When you play teams from the league above, it's always about how you conduct yourself. And obviously from yourself, putting out a game plan. I thought, especially first half and second half, it's the way that the lads stuck to that game plan. They sat in their defensive third, but they also frustrated Chelsea by forcing them into the wide areas. Was forcing them wide a key game plan?
Yeah, I think, you know, they want to play into the 10s, and whichever system they set up, they have people coming into those in the pitch positions, the 10 positions, and we worked on yesterday blocking those passes in there and like let them go wide, and then once it got wide, make sure we doubled up in key areas against, you know, Garnacho and Neto and players like that. And I felt we were in control of the situation. I really did, and you know, immensely proud of that, really, because, you know, it's a test for us tonight to go up against that next level of player, the next level of power, skill, movement, everything. And I thought in the main we did it really well.
And that must give you huge heart, Phil, for what remains of the Championship season, that you've been able to stand toe-to-toe with the current Club World Champions, a top Premiership outfit, and another day with a touch more luck, you might have been winning that game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I said that obviously the dressing room was quiet when we come in, because when you give so much effort and you've got knocked out the FA Cup, it's naturally going to be quiet. But listen, when the lads wake up tomorrow, that a lot of what we intended to do tonight, we did. The supporters have seen a great cup tie, entertainment, you know, a game which has been typical of games we've had here over the years, Mark. Quite often we're on the winning side of those, but tonight we weren't. But listen, I'm immensely proud. Not just that, the way the supporters kind of recognised what the lads had given and the reception they gave the team at the end of the game was brilliant.
Phil, huge thanks for coming to join us on Matchday Live. We'll see you Tuesday night for Hull.
Cheers.
Really well done to you and your team.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. Cheers, Phil. Thanks very much. Phil Parkinson, Wrexham manager. Another proud night for him, as he's shown once more his team can compete with the very best at what they do. Philosophical mood, I think, there, Andy, but clearly sharing the perspective of all of us about the key decisions, particularly the red card.
Yeah, and just a tinge in his voice of, he's just gutted, isn't it? Like, you've just given so much, the group's given so much for you. They've implemented that plan so well, and to not come away with anything off the back of a couple of decisions, it's just really difficult to take at this point. But I'm sure he'll reflect and just be so proud, like he said.
And I guess the other aspect, Mia, of the Dobson sending off, not just how it changed the dynamic of this game, but Phil's very practical reflection, which is a 3-game ban at just the time that you don't want it when you've got your other 2 key central holding midfielders out for a while.
No, and, you know, to be honest, before I said pre-match about how surprised I was to actually see him in the starting 11, and just grateful to see him back, but now obviously out again for the 3, which, you know, is a huge blow, obviously, like you say, given the current circumstances. But, you know, we spoke about Viner before. I thought he did a very good job, and Lewis O'Brien again when he had to sit and do the defensive work as well. So, you know, we've got players who are willing to step in. You know, whether Thomas and maybe will have to come back into that midfield role, and we'll have to, you know, put someone out at left wing back. I'm not too sure.
Callum Doyle will go there, and Brunt goes left centre back.
You know, obviously Lewis Brunt back in again. You know, I thought he did really well.
Yeah, Longman.
Brian Longman last year played a lot left
side.
Yeah, so we've got options. You know, it's not the end of the world.
Not ideal.
It's not ideal.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. Of course, it's not ideal, especially when you look at the intensity of games coming up and how fast they're going to come round. But, you know, this team haven't got a choice. They've got to get through it, and, you know, they've been challenged before and they've come through that quite well. So we'll see.
And the heartening thing, Hull beaten at home by Millwall today, 3-1. So they seem to be in a bit of a bad rut at the moment in the last couple of results. So here's hoping that might continue on Tuesday night. Mark, just as we wrap up, clearly you've been on the Wrexham journey for a large part of it. As you stood here tonight watching Wrexham go toe-to-toe with Chelsea, having started out in relatively modest routes in the National League, what sense of perspective does it give you as someone who's been a player who's achieved back-to-back promotions about what might be next for this club?
The sky's the limit, it really is. I think we can all feel that there is something special about this club. The journey that it's been on and everything that goes with it, on the pitch, off the pitch, they're trying to do things right. It's so different than most clubs out there. There's a real sense of the community is involved as well, and the way that the fans get behind the players. And I think, like even Phil said then about, you know that you can take the game to the final minute of a game and still be in it. I know that they've gone and nicked a 4th goal. That's by the by. But like, you're in the game every game. To say that you're in the game against the FIFA Club World Champs, they're 5th in the Premier League, and we're going, well, he's a bit unlucky there. And we're not talking about Chelsea. We're talking only about the Wrexham team. And I think even the neutrals tonight will be talking about how well Wrexham played and conducted themselves against such a good test.
Absolutely agree. Well, Mark, thanks so much for coming to see us again on Matchday Live tonight. Great of you to fire yourself across the M56 after the Salford victory over Barnet, and come and join us. And we wish you all the best, of course, for the rest of the season with Salford. Here's hoping that you've got another promotion medal to hang round that neck at the end of the year. So right in the League 2 race. So, Mark, thanks for coming. We'll hopefully see you again before the end of the season.
Thank you.
Andy, Mia, I shall see you both on Tuesday night when we get back on the Championship roller coaster against Hull. So look forward to seeing you both then. Go home, have a stiff drink and reflect on a good job done. What a night it has been. So Wrexham squared up to Chelsea then, the 8 times winners of the FA Cup. Before the match, Mr. Wrexham was remembered. Oh, Joey, were the signs held up in the Macron stand. Well, Joey, if you're looking down, your 2 old clubs put on one heck of a show tonight, and I hope up there you were able to smile and be proud of the men in red who fought so hard against the club world champions. Maybe not tonight, Wrexham, but surely pretty soon in the future. Thanks for joining us on Matchday Live. Diolch yn wylio. We'll see you on Tuesday. Good night.